The 3:30 p.m. meeting of the Bakersfield City Council is now in session.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to call to order the 3:30 regular City Council meeting of May 13th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kaur. Councilmember Arias.
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I'm here.
Councilmember Weir.
Here.
Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Coman.
Here.
And Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Thank you. Welcome. In keeping with Council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and items not on the meeting agenda. Statements for items listed on this afternoon's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total per agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are also given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk. She'll give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and give your completed card to the city clerk. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on this afternoon's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific agenda item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion. Those speakers will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda?
Mayor Go, we've received one speaker card regarding items not listed on tonight's agenda. The first speaker is Jeff Miller.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to try to cram in a lot in 2 minutes.
Welcome, Mr. Miller.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself.
Jeff Miller. Been in and around Kern County my whole life, 54 years. Love it here. Work out in the oil fields, was in the military, put me through school, put me in the oil fields, and here I am today. Can I go on?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Recently, a couple months ago, my wife had a medical emergency. She's fine. You know, you kick into gear, EMS shows up, they do their thing, they put this on her finger, a pulse oximeter. Right? This is actually considered basic life-saving service the second they put this on you. She arrived at the hospital. I was not too far behind. The crew had already dropped her off. I'll say, all in all, from call to drop off, maybe an hour of their time they spent. Per the county rules, they're supposed to respond 90% of calls within 9 minutes. They were there in 20 minutes is what it took to get to my house. Longer story short, I get the bill. I look at the bill. The bill for basic life services approved by the county supervisors totaled up to $3,500 for what they call basic life-saving services. She didn't have a gunshot wound. She didn't have a heart attack. She wasn't receiving chest compressions, IV, anything. She could not speak, thought maybe it was a stroke. But in all the things I'm looking through, and I looked in AB 716 plus, Hall Ambulance actually told me this on the phone. I said, how is it that they don't get billed over and I'm getting it? I was literally told by their biller, we have to make it up somewhere, so we have to bill people that have insurance the full amount. But if you have Medi-Cal, Medicaid, they can't surprise bill you is what it's called in AB 716. I just don't understand it. I'm going to pay my bill, my responsibility that I agreed to. But what I want is the next time you guys talk to the county supervisors before they approve something like this, shouldn't there be some sort of tier, not just, hey, it's all basic life-saving services. I get it. And I want to pay my bill, but I don't want to pay $3,000 for a $35 item in 1 hour of their time. I get it. Everybody needs to make money. I'm an American through and through. I love this place. But when is it overbilling? That's everything in a nutshell. So I appreciate your time.
Mr. Miller, thank you. Thank you for your military service. And the county supervisors also have a meeting on Tuesdays, so you might want to
That's my
take
next-
this matter before them.
Yep, that's my next stop, but I was like, I can get it on the record here and hopefully get you guys on my side, because I know you all have to rub elbows at some point.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. Or
Mayor Go,
Yes.
that was our only non-agenda public speaker. We also have not received any items or any speaker cards regarding items on today's agenda.
thank you. So now, next item, please.
Reports item 4A, a presentation regarding the certified sixth cycle housing element, annual progress report, and required code amendments.
Thank you. City Manager Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Mr. Phil Burns will handle this presentation.
Honorable Mayor, Council members, Phil Burns, Development Services Director. Have hopefully a brief report on our housing element and our annual report. It is a bit wordy. I did that on purpose on some of our ordinances, so we have a lot of information to discuss. Hopefully, we can get to it quickly. Just kind of an overview of the presentation of the different items I'm going to go over.
Mr.
And-
Burns, can you get a
Yes.
little closer to your mic?
Sure.
Thanks. Just
Sorry
for
about
our
that.
public that might be
Absolutely.
listening. Well, I'm just thinking about the public that's listening.
So this slide is showing a topic that you've seen many times. It's our regional housing needs allocation. If you recall, City of Bakersfield was assigned 37,461 units over an 8-year period. Of that, the overall Kern County, the 57,650, we've been allocated 65% of the total number. Our housing element consists of 5 goals programs. It has 28 policies, focuses on 20 implementation programs, which really breaks down to 112 action items and 277 tasks. And I bring that up in terms of the dollar commitments, the time for staff, the outreach, and others, which I'm going to get more into as we go through this. Goals and policies, if you actually open the housing element, it's broken into 5 goal sections, and these are the goals for each section. I want to focus more on the action items, which is a breakdown of the 20 programs. Again, 112 reportable actions, 277 tasks. And as you look through these, the way they're broke down, if you notice one's highlighted, there's 14 different tasks that are dedicated to certain funds for different tasks. There's 41 policies. These are new policy changes or ordinances or code changes, or could be something at staff level. And also there are 60 programs with a housing element that creates or modified a existing or continuing a program. Again, trying to focus on the burden that the housing element puts on cities in California and the way it's been adopted. We're talking about dedicated funding. This is a sample of the types of projects that need funding within the housing element. I think sometimes we think about just the assistance needed for specific affordable housing programs, but there's actually, it's well beyond just affordable housing programs, and it varies widely. This is an example of one of the actions with the housing element. This requires a policy change. For instance, this is a required actual municipal code change. I bring this up because later tonight, the 5:15 session, we have an item with multiple code items. And what they're related to is a series of actions in the housing element that many of these were required to be adopted back either in December of 2024 or January 25. And here we are in 26. So that's why they're kind of coming at you tonight. This slide shows those policy or municipal code changes within the housing code. And what this tabulates is the municipal code section that's being changed, the health and safety code or assembly bill that triggers that change, and also the housing code action, so that staff's able to track, or if there's a question, we're able to go back into the document and find that particular change. For example, the amendment of the table eliminated requirement of conditional use permit for large community care facilities. This is one that Planning Commission had a case. Now we're actually back in front of you changing our code to address these particular type of units. And I'm bringing that up as this is one of the items that we're required by state HCD to amend. So it's something that, again, by adopting and negotiating our housing element to be in compliance so that we're able to apply for state funds, these are some of the kind of unintended consequences of some of the adoption of codes. This slide is just, again, another set of the municipal codes that will be in front of you guys tonight for amendments and the background of why they're being changed. And if there's particular ones that council wants to discuss in more detail, I'd be happy to do so. Our annual progress report was submitted back before April 1. We're required to do this every year, and it's basically showing where we are in connection to our eight years. And it's reporting both the number of units, the categories of those units, but it's also all of those other items, those policies, those goals, those specific implementation items. So it's not just the numbers. These policy items are things we also have to report in Table D in the report. To touch about our where we are in our housing element, we're 2 years into this program, and in 2025 we issued our permitted 2,125 housing units. If you look at by comparison, we're at 12.7% of our goal in 2 years through. And if we look at our low income, we're less than that. We're at 2.9%. So in summary, to meet our RENA goals, we need to be able to permit 5,400 units per year in the remaining cycle to actually get to that 36,000. Very lofty goal. I don't think anyone ever anticipated we'd be able to do that, but that's what it would take to get there. The other thing we want to highlight, I know we're in a tight budget, but the resources needed to accomplish some of these low affordable housing items, the different programs, staff went through the housing element and tried to tabulate what that contribution would be. That's about $26 million. That's not just city funds. That would be other grants, other funding sources, but just to kind of give you the kind of a flair for the implications of the different programs and to meet the overall housing element. With that, we continue working with our developers to focus on affordable housing strategies. It is taking a heavy staff effort. We have about 2.5 FTEs that are working on the housing element. Some of these are community development staff, some of these are planning staff. But again, we want to bring this back up to council's attention, especially knowing that we are in a tight budget, and some of these ordinances coming are, some may not be ones that are that palatable, and wanted to at least have the forum to have that discussion. With that, staff's here to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Mr. Clegg, do you have any other comments before we go to council?
Thank you, Mayor. Just two comments. One, wanted to highlight Mr. Burns' statement about the housing element is being worked on by community development staff and planning staff, and we are finding with the new alignment of staff that the community development team is helping the overall development services team to get at these housing element issues. It's partly the type of topics that the state is pushing municipalities to address aren't the traditional standard site plan reviews and building inspections and, the development process or permitting process, but they're pushing us to, work into other areas. And so our community development staff do have, the skills and the scope to address some of those issues, but also it's been a good synergy in that new unit to help address this particular need to get at a lot of work in the housing element. And then the other second point I would make is just to reiterate some of what Mr. Burns has already talked about, and that it's always a challenging, I would even call it a little bit of a dance with local municipalities and the state pushing down pretty significant state requirements, state policy. We understand a lot of the philosophy around that policy, but oftentimes the particular implementation or the timing or the degree to which that policy has to be implemented, at what funding levels. We often find ourselves between a rock and a hard place and trying to balance what the state is requiring and what our resources allow for. And we don't always have the ability to just say no thanks without being able to actually have an adopted housing element, which allows us to continue to approve projects and approve general plan amendments. And so this is not a new dilemma to this council, but just reiterating that this adoption of this housing element also required us to accept some conditions and commitments that are going to be hard for us to comply with, but it was the price of, again, being able to continue to be compliant and continue to issue permits to our builders.
Thank you, Mr. Clegg. Our colleagues in other cities certainly have expressed their challenges in trying to achieve the RHNA goals. How do we compare with comparable cities in our ability, just where we stand in meeting the RHNA target? Cities of our size, ballparkish.
Mayor, we have only really talked to cities up in the valley, so I'm not sure how our comparable size cities. I think Bakersfield's a bit unique in our size within our county, so I think our RHNA numbers are higher. I'm not sure if Ms. Byers has more information on comparison. We know by comparison, like small cities like McFarland, one project they're able to meet their RHNA goals.
Sure.
So it's.
Ms. Byers?
I was just going to say the other struggle is not all cities of our size are on the same cycle. We do have other comparable cities that are either in the 5th cycle, and so they are working from different numbers because they definitely increased what the requirements were for the 6th cycle.
Colleagues, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I guess from the presentation, I'm observing that there's really two distinct challenges ahead of us. One is the RHNA goal itself, and then one is the compliance-driven activities that are required by the state. When I take a look at your last slide on summary and next steps, and staff indicates that there's a staffing need in 2.5 FTEs. Is that to address the RHNA goal or the compliance-driven activities and action items?
Councilor Gonzalez, it's both in some respects, but it's the policies items and the programs. Mm-hmm. I mean, there are outreach items. There are. It's not just build the units. It's the program totality that's really causing the additional work, more related to the expanded policies and expectations from the state.
So we need to more than double the number of permits each and every year to meet our goal, right? I mean, last year it was around 2,000 units that were permitted, 21, 25. Do we have capacity to issue those permits through our existing process?
Councilor Gonzalez, if we had this miracle flood of permits coming through, no, we could not keep up with that volume with our current complement to get to that number.
Okay. What is the capacity of our current complement?
That's a difficult question to answer. We probably could get close to the 3,000 number in a year based on our current plan check staff. I can tell you our land development staff, just based on all the tracks coming through, they're buried. So I think if you're talking about new maps, then there would need to be added capacity there. But if we're just talking about planning and building, we probably could get close to that 3,000 number.
Okay, and then my final question is, we identify 112 reportable actions with 277 tasks. How do you prioritize these activities, and what actions are expected to give the city the highest return? So what are the highest leverage actions?
Councilor Gonzalez, I may need Ms. Byers also to come up and because many of the programs that community development is working on more relate to kind of the bang for the buck that you're talking about.
When we look at the fifth cycle had 50 action items, and now we're looking at, okay, I can't even do the math, up to 277 action items. But there's a lot more community engagement that's required. There's a lot of not only engagement with communities, engagement with community-based organizations, training opportunities. A lot of these tasks were also given deadlines. And so when we looked at the 8-year cycle, we did have the opportunity to provide timelines that we thought some of these goals could be accomplished. But part of the issue is, and why we so quickly brought the code amendments, is because when we started this, we went out of compliance with the housing element, had a goal of the end of 2024, the end of 2025, having some of these tasks accomplished. And so we already feel like we're at a deficit with some of these code amendments. I think calendar year 2024, they were supposed to be completed, but we didn't have a certified housing element, and so we couldn't actually bring these items forward. But when we look at the biggest bang, it really is community engagement, and our programs, I think, is what HCD is really looking for us to accomplish. If HCD was to come after us, I feel like that's what they would be targeting us for.
Yeah, and if I may, Councilmember, I think that's a good question, but it depends on what do we consider the value generated. So is the value generated units? Is the value generated compliance? Or is the value generated, I guess, sort of community benefit? And I would argue, like Ms. Byers pointed out, a lot of the focus from the state is not just on unit production. What their compliance measures aren't all tied to actual unit production. And I would argue, I think the biggest core need is we just need more units. Mm-hmm. And obviously we want those to be quality units, and we want them to be across the spectrum of affordability, and that we want to be providing opportunities for people to stay in their homes with prevention and get first-time home buyers. But honestly, I wouldn't claim that those are the biggest bang for the buck in totality, but that's not the compliance measures we're being asked to track. And so we have sat together, and I tell you that list, this team only didn't share all 277 with me, and my eyes got crossed real fast because it's a big spreadsheet with just so many items. But we were trying to think through what has been the council direction, what's been your council priorities, have we had council referrals on some of these same topics recently, and where have we seen progress with some of the funding sources like the land trust, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, some of the other, home and HAP and BCHIP. And then for us, we think the biggest bang for our buck for the community is unit production, but we also know we have to stay compliant, so we're kind of running those both in parallel.
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for walking us through that. I think that demonstrates some strategic thinking in how we approach this and all of these activities. I'll just say, as one council member on the dais, I am less interested in satisfying the needs of a bureaucrat in Sacramento and worried about the compliance-driven work, and more concerned about the number of units for the families of Bakersfield, and making sure that we have high-quality, affordable housing, and housing that's affordable. It's not necessarily affordable housing for all people of Bakersfield. And I think that we just need to get to the heart of it. So I'll continue my mantra of more housing, much more quickly, much more cheaply for all of us. And so thank you for the work, and I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other requests to speak, colleagues. We need someone to make a motion
I'll
for
make a
receive and
motion to
file.
receive and file. Sorry.
Thank you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with council members Kaur, Smith, and Bashir Tosh absent.
Thanks. And now a motion to adjourn to closed session.
Motion
Mayor
to
Go, if I may please read the closed session item.
Yes, thank you.
Closed session item 5A, conference with legal counsel existing litigation regarding Rocky Regault, Dominic Ledesma v. City of Bakersfield.
Thank you.
motion to adjourn to closed session.
We're adjourned. Reconvening the 3:30 City Council meeting. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. There was only one item on closed session this afternoon, item 5A, and there is no reportable action. The record should reflect that present were Councilmember Arias, Councilmember Gonzalez, Councilmember Weir, and Councilmember Coman. Thank you.
Thank you. And so with no further business, we stand adjourned at 4:59. And we'll be starting the next meeting short at 5:15.
Welcome to the Bakersfield City Council meeting. This television broadcast is brought to you by the local cable companies, the County of Kern, and the City of Bakersfield. You can watch the rebroadcast of this meeting Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 10 a.m., and the following Wednesday at 7 p.m. You can download the agenda for this meeting at www.bakersfieldcity.us. Presiding over this evening's meeting, the Honorable Mayor Karen K. Go.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to call to order the 5:15 regular City Council meeting of May 13th, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Go,
Here.
Vice Mayor Core,
Here.
Councilmember Arias,
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Weir,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, Councilmember Coman,
Here.
and Councilmember Bashir Tosh.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Tonight we have interpreters for both Spanish and Punjabi, and at this point I'd like to ask each of you to come up very quickly and let the audience know that equipment is available in Spanish and then Punjabi. If you could just come to the mic very quickly, please. Right here in the middle is fine. Just let them know that they can get the equipment from the vestibule.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y tenemos equipo de interpretación disponible. Estamos justo en esta esquina de atrás, listos para servirles. Si alguien desea escuchar esta reunión en español, estamos aquí para servir.
Thank you.
ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਜੀ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਬੋਲ ਬਾਣੀ ਸੁਣਨੀ ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਹੈਗੀਆਂ ਕੰਨਾਂ ਚਲਾ ਕੇ ਸੁਣਨੇ ਤੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਮਝ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਮਝਾ ਦਾਂਗੇ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ
Thank you. Tonight we have the pleasure of having Associate Pastor Robbie Fleschner, who is new to Grace Baptist Church. He's going to offer the invocation. Welcome, Pastor, to our community coming from South Carolina. And following the invocation, we have the pleasure of having Olga Hernandez, who's an apprentice at City Hall apprenticeship program through the Bakersfield Youth Jobs Program. Olga will lead us in the pledge. Olga is an apprentice with Recreation and Parks. Olga has built an impressive foundation of certifications and hands-on training, completing wildland firefighting training through Bakersfield College and earning certifications including adult and child CPR, first aid, forklift training, and FEMA. Olga is also sworn in with the California State Guard Team Blaze volunteer firefighters. While Olga is still exploring long-term career pathway between firefighting, the laborers union, and recreation and park. And my office has been told that Olga has shown a strong work ethic, dedication to public service, and a willingness to continue learning and growing professionally. Would you all please stand as Pastor Robbie offers the invocation?
Thank you, Mayor Go. Everyone, please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, I just praise you and thank you for this day. Thank you for this evening, Lord. Just hallowed be your name, Lord. Just thank you for all that you've done. Thank you for bringing us all here safely, Lord, and just this opportunity we can come to just be a city council and to hear what's going on in this beloved city and just to hear about the amazing things that is going on. And we just thank you for your mercy and grace, Lord. Thank you for your son, Jesus, and that he came to die on the cross for us and rose from the dead and has saved us from our sins. And I pray, Lord, that we can all just fall more madly in love with you. And I just pray for your spirit to fall on this city council chamber this evening tonight, Lord. Fill us with your spirit and grant us all wisdom and clarity. And I pray that you just guide us in our conversation tonight and just let everything we've done to honor and glorify you. And we just praise you and glorify you. You deserve all the honor and glory and praise. We love you and thank you. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for what you've done for us. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Olga?
Please join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and you may be seated. Here are a few guidelines to help our meeting run smoothly. We request that you turn off your phones. Please be courteous in the use of cameras and videos. For safety reasons and as a courtesy to others, no signs are allowed in the council chamber or in the lobby. Applause is allowed during the presentations portion of the meeting, but not during other portions of the meeting. Everyone in attendance is expected to adhere to the rules of decorum established by resolution of the City Council. Failure to abide by the city's rules of decorum, including any disruptive behavior that interferes with our ability to have an orderly and efficient meeting, prevents the City Council from conducting the business of the city. Consider this a first warning to everyone in attendance that conduct that disrupts the meeting may result in expulsion and/or the chambers being cleared. Behavior that disrupts the meeting includes repetitive statements, shouting, hate speech, interrupting staff or presenters during the meeting, speaking out of turn, and outbursts from the audience. This evening, I'm moving presentations item 4A to the end of the meeting. So now, Madam Clerk, would you please call the next item?
Public statements.
Thank you. In keeping with Council's resolution, the public statements portion is divided into two periods. There's a period for items listed on the meeting agenda and for items not on the meeting agenda. Statements for items listed on tonight's agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total per agenda item. The consent calendar as a whole constitutes one agenda item. Statements regarding items not listed on the agenda are given a 2-minute time limit, 20 minutes total. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk, who will give copies to the council. If you're here to make a public statement, please fill out a public speaker card and give your completed card to the city clerk. We ask that you mark whether you're here to speak on an item listed on tonight's agenda or in a matter not on the agenda. Speakers who do not identify a specific item will be presumed speakers for the non-agenda portion and will be called during the non-agenda portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers regarding items not listed on the agenda?
Mayor Go, I would first like to announce that a staff memorandum was provided transmitting correspondence received. In addition, we have received 5 speaker cards for non-agenda items. The first speaker is Arturo Saldana.
We would ask for you to adjust the mic to your level. Welcome, Mr. Saldana. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Arturo Saldana. I actually came over here for the sewer problem that we've been having for a while. For me, it's very amazing that you guys haven't fixed it for a long time. Doing the process of every year, you kind of up the price anyways it goes, and from go to this high is really hurting families really, really bad. I just want to ask you, can you please consider all these increments of people that we working so hard for having a little property or a little something, and now we in the struggle to pay more and more and more taxes.
Mr. Saldana, we're going to have a period later on in the meeting when we're going to address the sewer problem. Do you have something specific, a sewer rate increase? Do you have a problem that we're not responding right now?
Not right now. I just want to talk about the sewer problem. Do I supposed to go back?
Yes, I'll call you up later.
Okay.
During the portion of the meeting where we're addressing the sewers.
Okay.
This is for the portion of meeting that is not on the agenda. So
Okay.
we'll make sure that you get called up later. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please. And for anyone else who submitted a card earlier that did not indicate the topic, if you're here for the sewer portion, that's going to be handled during the public hearings portion of the meeting. Madam Clerk, would you call the next person, please?
Juan Saldana.
It'll be the same thing.
Okay, thank you. Next person, please.
Tammy McClellan.
Okay, thank you.
Bill Cooper.
Welcome, please introduce yourself.
I'm Bill Cooper, 5826 Riggs Court, Bakersfield. I'm a co-founder of the Kern River Parkway Group back in 1974, so that's a while. And also the Kern River Parkway Foundation in '85, and which as you know, the city adopted the Kern River Parkway Plan element in 1985, and we created that organization to implement that. Obviously, the city saw something important in the river back then. Now is the time for the council to honor commitments made by city staff and others over the last several decades to us to get water back in the river. And I know this is a controversial issue, but the city has, in our opinion, hasn't done a real good job in managing the water. We are encouraged by recent city staff comments that they are looking at a plan to get water in the river during the summer months. We hope they focus on long weekends like Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, where working people who have some time off can get down there to enjoy this. Putting water back in our river helps the city meet its obligation under the Kern River Parkway Plan element, which we think it's done a very poor job of doing over the years, and we hope this council can set it straight. But also it helps the city meet its legal obligations under state guidelines and laws regarding restoration and management of rivers, riparian habitat, and fisheries. As you know, we're involved in some issues right now involving the city, and we'd like to put all that behind us, but we're not going anywhere. And we're in this for the long haul, and we hope that the city makes a new commitment to the river and the management of the river, which is the key thing. So anyway, that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Kazuya Kinjo Buckland.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Kazuya Kinjo Buckland. I'm here representing Harris Road. I'm trying to get something done on Harris. I believe I talked to some of your council members already.
Can you move the mic up, please?
Yes. Is this better?
And yes, and get a little closer to it.
Okay, I'm a little nervous. This is the first time I
That's
ever did
okay.
this.
We all get nervous.
So what I'm trying to do is I want to fix Harris Road. Right now, it's people are just traveling way too fast on that road, and we need to do something like an engineering control instead of administrative control, because we tried this over and over, and it's not working. The stop sign's not working. I noticed you guys painted lines and crosswalks. That's not stopping traffic. People are still speeding through there. We need to have engineering control, reduce it to one lane. We also need to have not just city council, but the Bakersfield Police Department, this, Bakersfield Engineering, the school districts. Everybody needs to get involved and work together on this too. There's literally 4 or 5 parks on this road. Plus there's schools, 4 schools, I believe, that share this road. And it's a 2 lanes, a collector road, and people are just traveling 45. Just the next street over is 55 on Panama Lane. So you see this, people are transitioning. They're driving really fast through here. And this is a residential neighborhood. We need to make it back to a residential road. So that's what I'm pretty much here for. And to get you guys all to work together, because everybody's pointing fingers. Nobody wants to do anything. Everybody's worried about liability. Then I called the Bakersfield Police Department. They can't do nothing about it. They can't document it because in Bakersfield City, the engineering is saying we don't have documentation. So I'm going in circles. I'm asking the schools to help me, Panama School District. They worry about their liability. They can't insure, they can't do nothing. They can't write tickets. They complain too. I'm just going in circles. So I'm here asking you guys for help to reduce the speed on Harris Road and make it to 1 lane. I mean, it's common sense. It really is. It's a residential street. It's a residential neighborhood. Only people who really need this road is the people who live in the neighborhood. The parks have no parking lots because only people who access the parks are people with kids, ride bikes, walk to the park in that neighborhood. But we have cars that flying through there like 45, 55 easy.
Thank you, Mr. Buckland. Vice Mayor?
Thank you for making your time to come out here. I want to appreciate Councilmember Coleman and Councilmember Smith for joining me when we met with neighbors in the region after that tragic accident. And again, our thoughts are with the family, and what a tremendous loss. thank you for your advocacy. Thank you for making the time to come today. After we met with you, myself, Councilmember Smith, our Public Works Department, our Police Department, and our city administrators, we've had a weekly standing meeting where we are pushing, and I'm hopeful that we're going to have some results soon, some immediate and some more long-term, and those are updates that we're going to share with the neighborhood meeting. But rest assured, we are working on it urgently, and thanks to your advocacy, we've brought the different departments together, and the council members are committed to exactly that. I wanted to make sure that we can share the updates that we can really briefly, but also I want to make sure that we can work on this as urgently as possible. And for myself and for my fellow council members, some of these needs in a road like Harris Road and an accident that's as tragic as the one that we witnessed, some of those things need to be more immediate. Doing a road diet, slowing down the speeds there, putting in a median. I would hope that we can put in and study if we can put a raised crosswalk through that intersection as well. So that's my additional referral for the evening.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And now, Madam City Clerk.
America, we have one more speaker for this item, Stephen Montgomery.
Thank you. And then I'm going to return the speaker cards from the prior for the hearing items later. Mr. Montgomery?
Mayor Go, Council, good evening. My name is Stephen Montgomery. I'm the chair of the Kern Kuya Chapter Sierra Club. The Kern Kuya Chapter Sierra Club historically has been a vocal advocate of responsible water use from the Kern River. For decades, we've been pushing for monitoring of water usage and diversions and water allocations. Now, happily, we'd like to thank the city officials for restoring some water to the river. But we do need to see more transparency regarding policies and practices regarding allocation. We see the importance of sustained riparian ecosystems that not just provide wildlife habitat, but one that contributes to cooling the area during our dreadfully hot summers. We also note the filtering and cleaning effects of such a habitat can contribute to our community, a community that ranks with other larger population centers as having the dirtiest air in the nation. With the factors speaking to why we should have a flowing Kern, we think we should be looking at any and all ways we can contribute to cleaner air. In contrast to the routine permitting of development projects without consideration for air quality impact, fostering, facilitating, and the development of a riparian forest system along the river would be something that positive and effective the city could do to further impact this goal. As part of this effort, the city can partner with the university for further study and recommendations. With the river directly across the street from them, they already have a track record of studying the river and its related habitat. Other prospective partners, of course, include the Kern River Parkway Foundation and their associated groups. They've been advocating this for decades. On the other hand, we note that many of the interests seeking continued diversion of the river are owned by people who don't live here and save for some window dressing projects, have no real interest in our quality of life. The coalition of advocates have long pushed for stronger consideration and enforcement of the public trust. This legal action is a natural next step, not something to blow off hoping our interests will go away and leave the economic interests alone. That's simply not going to happen. Thank you for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
America, we have one additional speaker.
Go ahead and call that speaker.
Delia D. Dominguez.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Delia D. Dominguez. I live at 115 Radio Street, Bakersfield, and I'm here to speak about the water in the Kern River. And I know we all know that the water comes out from the east end of the valley, out of the canyon, goes through Bakersfield, goes all the way to the west end. And when there is water in the river, then we must remember that water is life. Wherever there is water, there is life. There are plants. There are trees. The deer come out. There's squirrels. There's rabbits. When we go to the west end, there's Tule Elk, and there's a park called Tule Elk State Preserve. But the water that's supposed to come out from the canyon, supposed to go all the way through Bakersfield to the other side, it doesn't go there anymore, and has been gone for a very, very long time. And those elk have been struggling to live, and now the decision was made to remove them. These elk have been here from the beginning of time, and they were moved from that area to a mountaintop. They have all perished. They're gone. There were 2 that were left at the Tule Elk State Preserve, 2 elderly male elk. They're not going to make more elk. Our children and we can no longer go to Tule Elk State Preserve to see those elk. They're gone. Water is about life. That water, if it had been in the riverbed all the way to the end, would have been going through that riverbed. And those elk would be there today. And we could still go there and see them. And they are gone. Please remember, water is life. We must have water in that river. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dominguez. And now, Madam City Clerk, do we have public speakers regarding items listed on tonight's agenda other than hearing items 8A and 8B?
Mayor Go, we have not received any speaker cards regarding agenda items this evening.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Consent calendar items 6E1, 6A through 6J for approval. Please note that item 6E1 and 6E2 contains a staff recommendation to adopt resolutions approving salaries and benefits for specified units. Also, a staff memorandum was provided regarding item 6C2, transmitting an updated ordinance.
Thank you. Councilmember Coleman wishes to pull item 6C2. Council members, do we have anyone else who wants to pull an item or wants to be recused? No. Seeing none, Vice Mayor?
Motion to approve consent calendar with the exception of item 6C2.
Thank you. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with council members Smith and Bashir Tosh absent.
Thank you. And now, Councilmember Coleman, item 6C2.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to address 6C2 specifically, the section 17.04.154.5. And I was looking to staff to talk a little bit in general about what we're really talking about here on this particular item, 6C2, and some of the history behind it, and then I'd like to ask a specific question.
Mr. Burns or Mr. Clegg?
I will defer to Mr. Burns. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Coleman, this particular item is from our housing element related to action 5.6, specifically bullet point 7. And it's a requirement added through our housing element by HCD to require our jurisdiction to allow large community care facilities. So these are facilities 7 and larger by right in residential uses similar to other residential uses of the same type in the same zone. So what we have in front of you is a series of ordinances, but this particular one is changing it from a CUP, conditional use permit, to a permitted use. And then we did, in that particular ordinance section, specifically use the same language from the state's regulations, including our objective standards, to make it consistent with those uses. And this is also consistent with regulations, or actually guidance, group home technical advisory that was published by HCD back in December of 2022. And this was adding in our second round of our comments of our housing element that was in fall of 2024. And this in our housing element was a requirement that we're supposed to have adopted by December of 2024.
So this is requirements that the state is making us adopt these languages that counter or change our own ordinances. So basically, they're telling us what to do.
That is correct, council member.
And this specifically on this community care facility, can you talk a little bit about any current actions and some negative impact on the community that's immediate?
Councilmember Coleman, yes, we do have a project for a community care facility that went to Planning Commission that was denied. That, at the time, we were in the process, when this was being processed, was trying to adopt a housing element. That was not acknowledged to Planning Commission at that point in time. So now we have that same one that was denied Planning Commission is at an appeal, which will come in front of council at a future date. So that this is, like you said earlier, the state requiring these items that may not be want or desired in our communities.
So what's our current ordinance regarding community care facilities in residential neighborhoods?
Councilmember Coleman, if it would require a community use permit, which has a hearing process that conditions of approval could be applied to a particular project. So that removes it, and that would be by right with the exception of our objective standards. And our intent in the objective standards is to add verbiage so that our, for instance, single family dwellings are typically 2 to 5 bedrooms. So with 2 persons per bedroom, that would still limit them to about 10 units in a single family. It'd be different in R2, different in R3. That's kind of the intent.
So in the current ordinance, there would be some notice to the community, and then there would be a public hearing for a community care facility in a residential neighborhood.
That's correct.
And under this new guideline, there would be no option for that.
Councilman Coleman, that would be correct unless they exceeded our objective standards. So if something would be larger than would be typical in a residential neighborhood.
And we don't have any control of how many we can put in, how many can be put in a neighborhood or what neighborhoods they can go in.
Councilmember Coleman, our position right now, based on the language provided by the state, is we have the ability to make sure that it's consistent with the neighborhood. So we're looking at limiting to 10, unless it's you have a neighborhood that you have a known scenario of more than the 5 bedrooms. That's not, in talking with staff and doing our research, we're not finding that. So our intent is that 10.
And how does this affect people that live in gated communities, homeowners associations, that kind of thing?
Mayor, Councilmember Coleman, it's my understanding that it doesn't affect them at all. They're free than a homeowners association, a gated community, to deny it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make a comment here. You know, I see all the time people getting worked up about things that are going on in Washington and other places, and we have no King's marches, and we have people wanting other things on the opposite side. But the committee really needs to pay attention to what's going on in Sacramento when they continue to pass ordinances that make the cities conform to their will. In this case, specifically, this particular community care facility, they were actually trying to put 12 people into a 4-bedroom house without regard for the neighborhood, without regard for parking. how many employees you need to have to take care of those people and those kinds of things. And at least before, we had an opportunity to be able to regulate that. And now HCD is going to take that away from us. And I'm not saying that we don't need to have these kind of places. We certainly do need to have them. But the city needs to be able to retain some kind of control. And in this case, the state's taking away our control. This happens almost on the daily that we get things from Sacramento and these organizations that Sacramento creates, like HCD, that continue to spew out regulations. I think I read a thing just earlier today that there were like 227 of these kinds of things that were put out that the city's going to have to address and conform to. And so I just encourage the community, if you want to maintain your personal real estate property rights, you need to pay attention to what's going on in Sacramento and vote accordingly. So that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to approve item 6C2.
You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with council members Smith and Bashirtash absent.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Public hearings.
Thank you. Our next item, public hearings, is going to be changed in order due to the number of speakers. Public hearing item 8B will be heard before public hearing item 8A. For public hearing item 8B, I'm increasing the time to 16 minutes for all speakers per side. Each speaker will be given up to 2 minutes to speak. Now, remember, you don't have to use all of your time so that we can allow more people to speak. It's important that you identify yourself, make your statement succinctly so others may speak. We'll hear statements from those opposed to the staff's recommendation first, then we'll hear from those who'd like to speak in favor of staff's recommendation. If there's testimony on both sides, each side will be allowed a 5-minute rebuttal. There's a clock on the TV screens behind me which indicates 16 minutes. Please step to the microphone, identify yourself. After 15 minutes, a yellow light will come on. At the end of 16 minutes, a red light will flash, indicating your time is up. Quickly end your statement. You may ask questions during your statement. They won't be addressed until the public hearing is closed. If you have written comments that are longer than your verbal statement, give them to the clerk. She'll provide copies to the council. Please be courteous to others who wish to speak. Madam Clerk, please read the first public hearing item, 8B.
Public hearing to consider adoption of sewer use rates for fiscal years 2026 to 27 through 2030 to 31.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Clegg.
Thank you, Mayor Go and Council. We're here tonight to reopen the city's Proposition 218 hearing concerning the proposed increase of sewer service rates. I would note for the record, we do have a court reporter here this evening who will be recording the content. I'll do my best to speak clearly and not too quickly, but we invite those who participate in the public hearing later to do the same. And I would remind those in attendance that we do have interpreters, again, for both Spanish and Punjabi. You'll recall that we held the first half of this public hearing on Wednesday, April 22nd of this year. However, before we reopen the hearing and take public testimony, I wanted to provide some insight as to why we are having this rate increase and why it is necessary. Here's our roadmap for this presentation. We'll talk about what is the Sewer Enterprise Fund, why the rate is necessary, our outreach efforts, how we came up with the rates, and what has been our 218 process. We won't go into all the details, but this is a summary of our city's sewer system. If anyone wants a more detailed status of the city's sewer system, they can review our city's final rate study, which is available on the city's website, but we'll try and give a big picture here. The city's wastewater treatment plants, plants 2 and 3, are in need of repair, extensive updates and expansion, And as more fully explained again in the city's final report, all of this is necessary to meet our current and projected sewer system demands. In our Sewer Enterprise Fund, we have three main sections. We have our non-operating fees, our sewer connection fees, and our sewer service charge fees. It's important to note that our rates are connected to the third column there. We do collect revenues in that non-operating fees. The biggest portion of that is our septage haulers bring disposal to our plant. But also, as growth occurs, individuals are required to connect to our sewer system. We've actually increased those fees in 2024 and 2025, but also the rates to maintain our existing system as service charge fees have been insufficient to maintain our system. So three main reasons that the rate is necessary. We have significant aging infrastructure. Our capital improvement costs are very high. Our plants are very old. Wastewater treatment plant number 2 is operating off of base infrastructure installed in the late 1970s. We had a small, not upgrade, but maintenance that was done in the 1990s. And we have not had significant repairs to that facility since that time. These are typically 20-year facilities, and we're operating well beyond its expected life cycle. Also for Plant 3, we're having a growing city. And the good news is people want to live in Bakersfield, and we have a growing city. And Plant 3 is our newer plant, but it may surprise some to know that it is getting close to its capacity and initial useful life already. And so we're looking at how do we continue to give it more years of life, as well as the capacity to continue to let the city grow in South and Southwest. And then third category is that there is an increased regulatory burden. We have significant new regulations. Many of those are also state regulations related to Councilmember Coleman's earlier comments. And we've had significant operations and maintenance cost increases in being able to run our plants. And then in addition to just the regulatory burden, just the cost of electrical supplies and mechanical equipment have increased as inflation has increased. I'll note it on the next slide. So for some historical perspective, this slide reflects what our rates have been since 2006 through 2025. If you consider what the inflation, the consumer price index increases have been from 2006 to 2025, a very significant difference in the rate increases. You'll note there are some increases over time, but very modest increases in many years in which there were no increases. And what this has done is, unfortunately, we have not been setting aside any capital costs for large replacements of our plants that we typically know occur over a 20 or a 30-year time frame. We don't have those funds set aside to do these large plant upgrades. And unfortunately, we're at the point in this current fiscal year where we are deficit spending. We are spending $3 million more than we're bringing in revenues just to maintain our operations. By next year, we'll be more than $20 million deficit spending if we don't adjust our rates. This is a comparison of Bakersfield sewer user rates compared to other agencies in our region and comparable other cities. When I first arrived in Bakersfield, I asked the question, how is it possible that we're this much lower than other areas? Are we that much more efficient? And I think the answer is in and back that as we studied that, it's not because we're more efficient, it's because we have not covered the costs of our operations, and we're not setting aside funds for replacements. So we've developed a 15-year infrastructure master plan with a 10-year budget that allows us to build up our sewer infrastructure to where it needs to be able to maintain our systems, and into the future be able to continue to see some growth in our community. This was developed initially by city staff and then has been validated by 2 successive consultants who looked at our plan to validate that these are the accurate needs of our capital build-out of our sewer system. It's also important to note what is total in our sewer user rate system. We have a combined sewer system. There have been some questions about stormwater and wastewater being combined in our Prop 218 notice, that we have 2 subsystems within a combined system. Not all of our stormwater conveyance is connected to our wastewater system, but there's a significant portion of our stormwater that is connected in with our wastewater system, and we're responsible to make sure that the sewer and stormwaters get to the right places to get the right treatment across this combined system. And our stormwater rates have been included with our wastewater rates under Prop 218 for many, many years. We've been doing this since the early 2000s, and we have a strong nexus between what portions of stormwater are connected in the combined sewer system and those that are not, and the budget and the rates are reflective of just those portions that are connected and part of this combined sewer system. So what have we been doing about that? Even in 2024, we started the analysis. In March of 2025, came forward to the Water Board and the City Council and recognized that in order for us to both maintain our system and to build up our reserves to pay for future capital improvements, that a recommended rate would be $950. Of course, at that time, and I'll reflect here on this chart, you can see the difference compared to the last chart, that this would put us well above many of our comparison agencies. Unfortunately, we've been so far behind that there was a need to move to a different rate structure. But the City Council gave direction to staff to go back and reassess and analyze. During the spring of 2025, as the community responded to the potential $950 rate increase, we had many community outreach meetings to listen, to understand, to get the feedback that was a number that was not feasible for many of our ratepayers, particularly in the short run. And City Council voted to rescind the initial Prop 218 notice in May of 2025 at that $950 rate number and go back to the drawing board and do some further analysis and come up with some different scenarios. So we contracted with a outside engineering firm to really look at our plants and to give us some deep evaluation. We'd worked with another consulting firm, HF&H, to look at our rates. We engaged HF&H to take another second look at our rate structure, and that's why I noted earlier we had 2 of the industry's best looking at what are our options, and also just giving us a third-party second opinion on all of our numbers. And we were able to get information from AECOM in the fall of 2025 and assess several different alternatives for how to phase our capital projects in January of 2026. It's also important to note for the community that we understood that we could have done a much better job of educating and outreaching on this topic after the spring of 2025. So we held multiple outreach meetings. Over time, we actually held 2 outreach meetings in each of our wards, one in the fall, one in early 2026. And we spent a significant amount of time helping community understand what is entailed in our rate system, as well as what is entailed in our total sewer system and what were the significant needs and deferred maintenance in that system. So after the March 2025 and May 2025 direction to go back to the drawing board, it's worth noting that HF and HR consultants acknowledged that to provide the full cost of our system, that number was still a very high number. But then council asked staff to develop different scenarios to address those rates in different ways. And so we presented to the city council 6 different scenarios that would allow us to pull different policy levers to affect the rates. And so I would just reflect on this really quickly, that there's different ways that the council could affect the rates. We could change the timing, we could change the phasing, and we could finance it or bond it in different ways. These are policy choices of your council. It's worth noting that timing, that there's only so long we can wait. Our infrastructure is already failing. We knew it was going to take several years to engineer as well as to save up for these rates, and so we wanted to move quickly, at least getting the new rate structure in place. The good news about phasing is it does allow us some time to do some early work, so do bigger work later to build up reserves, and that allowed us to phase also in the rates themselves by phasing the construction projects. And we were able to see significant, and over a 15-year period, $300 million in savings by phasing the project differently. And then lastly, on financing and bonding, we are very well aware, we've had proposals from some of our tax advocacy groups. We've had proposals from the County of Kern about using bonding to change our rate structure. And this council's well aware. This council saw multiple scenarios that would include different levels of bonding, because you can lower rates in the short run with bonding. But this council also gave direction to have a moderate approach to bonding, to not bond too much because you take on that additional debt, that there are interest costs for that debt, as well as when you think of the generational equity question, we don't want current users to pay for all future costs, but we also don't want to shift those costs too far into the future, having your grandchildren paying a bigger share of those infrastructure costs that need to be paid today, in particular because they've been deferred for a long time. And so your council pulled the lever on bonding and said, yes, we think we should bond up to a moderate amount that will help lower those rates, but not so much that it will give us too big of a debt burden. And so I'm wrapping up here that we had further outreach meetings throughout December and January to talk about those rate scenarios. And we brought back to the City Council 4 specific rate scenarios based on those community meetings. And City Council in February gave direction to begin renoticing Proposition 218 with a new recommended rate. What is that recommended rate? This chart demonstrates that it is a much more moderate beginning rate, and that is very comparable to what everyone else's rates that are comparable to us today. These charts are a lot of information, but for the public benefit is there for the record. But I would just note the council direction was to start at a much more reasonable number and phase in those increases over time. We acknowledge that it is still a big increase in year one and more than the typical increase over a 5-year period, but this was the most measured approach that could still generate enough revenues to maintain our operations in the first year of the rate structure, and then slowly build up our reserves so that we could build the significant capital infrastructure that had been deferred. As far as our 218 notice itself, I've already noted the council made a vote in February to move forward. We completed our reports that have been available since March and included with links from our mailings. We had the mailings go out on March 5th and March 19th to over 100,000 of our rate users throughout the city. We had 2 separate mailings. We noted after the initial mailing that some had been missed, and so we ensured that we had 2 public hearings and 2 mailing notices, to give everyone opportunity to be well informed. These were also posted in the newspaper, our city website. We had the initial hearing date on April 22nd, and tonight is our second public hearing, and we have been accepting protest letters up until this public hearing today, regardless of when individuals received notice. They could participate in either public hearing and provide us protests up till this date. And we want to note for the record that protest letters will be accepted with and without APN numbers. We're taking APNs and addresses and validating those regardless to make sure we're giving a very complete count of protests. At this time, I would ask the city clerk if that we could read into the record the same information about our noticing process that was read at our April 22nd hearing.
The following is a summary of the city's Prop 218 noticing and protest procedures concerning the proposed sewer rate increase. The city mailed notice to all parcel owners affected by the proposed rate increase. Additionally, the city clerk's office published notice in the Bakersfield Californian on April 4th, April 11th, April 25th, and May 2nd. Notice is also posted on the clerk's digital display board at City Hall North, which will remain posted until the conclusion of the public hearing tonight. The notice states that affected property owners or tenants who oppose the proposed rate increase may submit a written protest to the city clerk's office. Protests must be delivered to the city clerk's office and be received before the conclusion of the public hearing on May 13th. The city's process for counting protests is as follows. At the end of each workday, the city clerk's office transmits copies of all protest correspondence received to staff at the wastewater division for review and verification. Original protest letters are retained by the city clerk. Staff records every piece of correspondence into a log to track total protests received. Staff reviews all protests to verify whether they are valid. Protests submitted in correct form should include a statement of the person's opposition, the property address, the assessor's parcel number, and an original signature. Electronic signatures are not accepted, and only one protest per parcel will be counted. If a protest is received, which includes only an address or only a parcel number, but all other information can be identified and verified as valid, the protest will still be counted. Staff additionally verifies property locations and checks for duplicate protests, which will not be counted. The city clerk provides an independent review of protests counted and audits those deemed invalid. At the conclusion of the public hearing, the city clerk will provide a summary of all protests received in response to the proposed rate increase.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Mr. Clegg, anything further?
Just quickly to note, of the 106,000 notices that were sent out as of today, we're at 1,179 protests for those 106,000 notices. And in interest of hearing to the public, we'll end our comments there, and we could have council questions, but I would suggest those after public hearing.
Thank you. Public hearing item 8B has remained open since the last time. How many of you wish to speak in opposition who have already submitted cards to the city clerk? Can I just see a show of hands to help me? All right. Thank you. So it's 16 minutes total for everybody in opposition. You can see that we have a number of speakers who wish to speak, so you don't need to use your 2 minutes. Try to be brief and don't repeat information. Just a reminder, we have a court reporter here, so please speak right into the mic and speak clearly. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the first public speaker for the hearing?
Olivia Nazerson.
And if you could just announce the next one so that person can be prepared.
Daryl Abbott.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Council and respectful voters. Okay. Before voting to increase sewage rates from $247 per year to $875 per year, an increase of almost 300% over 5 years, we, residents of Bakersfield, respectfully ask you to consider the following facts. Approximately 46,000 residents of Bakersfield, representing about 11% of the population, are retired and rely primarily on modest security retirement benefits, and they are financially unsecured. Many seniors receive only $6,900 to $12,000 a year as Social Security retirement benefits. An additional almost 300% increase of sewage rates would impose a significant and unreasonable financial burdens on many residents. Annual cost of living adjustment the seniors rely on increases, average no more than 3% a year, about 15% over 5 years. Nowhere near the proposed sewage rate increase. The city had already continuously, as it was shown on the chart, sewage rates, even in recent years, from $250 a year in 2022 to $247 a year in 2026, totaling.
Thank you. Your time is up. Could you bring your comments to a close, please? You've already used 2 minutes. You can do one more sentence if you would like.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, and just announce the following.
Daryl Abbott, followed by Jamie.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name's Daryl Abbott. My question is, to raise these rates and continue to raise rates and raise rates, what evidence do you have that you have kept this facility going from the get-go? Okay, and as you say, it was put in so long ago. We have so many new homes that come into Bakersfield, into that southwest area. Is it required that a bigger facility is needing to be made? And where's the proof of you using our taxpayer dollars every year to maintain this facility? Because evidently you haven't been maintaining it, or else you wouldn't be asking to steal so much money from these residents around here. And the fact is we know that it's over and over and over. We get tax rates every year, but yet nothing's being done. So where is going to be the proof that you're going to quit wasting taxpayer dollars and do something true about it? We need evidence that it is being spent in the proper way and not just thrown away on the streets. Once again, we may live in a city and a county where there's a lot of farming, but our money just doesn't grow on trees where you could cut it down and throw it into the fireplace. You need to take into consideration that the residents around this area are not million billionaires like the South and the North, you know. And so for that factor, I don't know why you haven't maintained this facility from the get-go, because there shouldn't be that much cost if you've been maintaining it properly. I want to see evidence of you where you put out the money that you've been wasting from these taxpayers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jamie, followed by Claire Collins.
Hi.
Welcome.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself.
Jamie Seeger. Okay, so this is something that I haven't heard anybody bring up, but Bakersfield, the city of, and Kern County has a vast renter population. Also, there's a great deal of poverty in this entire county that people are not discussing. So I'm one of those renters. So historically, renters, we can't afford to buy a house, right? We pay our rent. Well, we historically have not had to pay water, trash, sewer, or whatever other utility. Personally, I do not have a water meter or a contract with a water company. I do not have a contract with the trash company. But specific to the sewer rates, I've had that tacked on now to my rent as of a few years ago after Newsom made a rent cap. So that was sort of an end run around raising the rent even higher. So what I'm saying is that it's going to create renter insecurity. This could be a straw that breaks the camel's back. We're all struggling just to pay rent, our bills, our food, our gasoline. And this goes for property owners, you know, single-family residential property owners as well, and especially the elderly. But it's now becoming a trend for large commercial rental property owners to tack on these rates. So as that they are going to get a higher bill, they're going to move it on down to the renters. And some of us are just hanging on by our fingernails just to pay our monthly rent, which continues to go up and up and up. So like I'm saying, this is really serious. Now, a lot of other people, the homeowners that are elderly and are fixed income, I've heard some of them saying that this is going to be something they can't afford. It's going to break their back. So they'll have to either sell or just lose their home because they won't be able to afford it. That's what I'm saying. Think about the renters.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Claire Collins, followed by Debbie Busby.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. My name is Claire Collins. I was here last month. Thank you for having me again. I'm a rates attorney, especially wastewater rates. For 17 years, I was the Assistant General Counsel of the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. I've represented the San Diego County Water Authority. I represent the Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District. I represent Irvine Ranch Water District. I know wastewater rates. And I just want to say to staff, I am sympathetic to these issues, 100%. We have critical infrastructure issues all over this state, and I 100% support the city's need to rebuild and to refurbish all of these facilities. I don't take any issue with that. But the County of Kern has asked me to take a hard look at your rate study, which is right here. A lot of fun reading. What I've done is I assembled a team of experts to look at your capital needs and your operational needs, and we prepared an alternative approach. I present it here to you tonight, if the clerk wouldn't mind. I've got a letter as well as a presentation. I know we don't have time for that, and of course, I'm not your staff, but I would, and the county would ask that you at least consider this. The city right now is proposing a 92% rate increase. My team of experts determined that we can probably achieve the same goals through only a 20% rate increase. And what's the difference, you might say? How can you go from 92% to 20%? And the answer is, as the city manager noted, in how we finance infrastructure. And I'll say that it's really the standard throughout the state of California that large-scale infrastructure, like wastewater treatment plants, is funded through what's called revenue bonds. These are not GO bonds. These are revenue bonds that are secured by the revenues that would be coming in from the wastewater system. So by taking a different approach, we would ask that you consider rescinding the notice, reconsider bonding, and as staff stated, this is a policy decision, and I know that your council has historically shied away from bond financing, but if there was ever a time to do it, this is the time. You can be heroes in terms of ensuring more rate affordability by having a more modest 20 to 36% rate increase and still achieve your infrastructure goals. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions with respect to the research that we did. Thank you, Council, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Next speaker, please.
Debbie Busby, followed by Abby Power.
Welcome. Please
Good
introduce
evening,
yourself.
Council. I'm Debbie Busby. I'm a resident of Ward 4. Bob Smith is my neighbor. I've been coming to these council meetings for the last year since this water sewer issue has been discussed. I've stood in front of Walmart, Vallarta Market, Food Co., different stores. I mean, a couple people in the audience collecting signatures. I don't think it's fair, as most people here have stated, that the people who are on fixed income, elderly, are going to possibly lose their homes because of decisions that our city council, our city manager, we have not been prudent with the money that we've been getting. I applaud the County of Kern sending somebody here that wants to work and with the city to avoid this huge money grab that taxpayers are not confident that you're even going to use properly. I urge this council and the city manager to please partner with the county to find another alternative to abusing the city taxpayers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Abby Power, followed by Arturo Saldana.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Abby Power. I'm representing an organization called Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Thank you to the council members and staff who met with my colleague Eric to discuss the low-income sewer rate assistance. We understand the need to invest in wastewater treatment plant number 2 to maintain reliable infrastructure, but many Bakersfield residents, as you've also heard here tonight, are already facing serious financial strain. We continue to urge the city to create a low-income sewer rate assistance program. And we also still have concerns about the Proposition 218 analysis. As written, it appears that the expansion of wastewater treatment plant number 3 is intended to support future growth. But it does not clearly explain whether future customers will pay for those costs through connection fees or other funding sources. Under Proposition 218, sewer fees must reflect the actual cost of service and cannot require current customers to pay for future growth. The city should revise the analysis to clearly separate costs for existing and future users and explain how growth-related infrastructure will be funded. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Arturo Saldana, followed by Juan Saldana.
Hi,
Welcome. Please move the mic down.
Hi, my name is Arturo Saldana. I was listening to the gentleman over here about all the speech and everything else. I put some notes in here. It says something about the growing city. I believe if you grow the city, you have more houses. If you have more houses, you have more money going into the city. As the person over here continues to me saying, okay, where is the money? We need more accountability about what you guys really doing. Because you put in there, because it's growing city, of course it's growing city, but at the same time, you're getting more money every time. Not only that, your numbers over there, I didn't see very accurate, but it seems like I wasn't paying, from last year, it was an increase already. So every year it's been increasing. So why do you have to increase so much? You just have to spend it a better way. Another thing that I find out myself is usually grants from the federal government. I think it's another options that you can really see. And instead of bothering people, or we're already struggling so much, lady over here saying she's going to pay more rent. I have apartments for rent, and I have no choice that just increase the rent to them. And that's not fair. So please, do something else that is increasing like no sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Juan Saldana, followed by Tammy McClellan.
Yeah, I feel it will be a burning for everybody for this. I mean, it's going to be like, what, 92%? It was almost double, just like that. I mean, no business has like that, just double in no time period, double so much on the thing. Another thing that the other people said, the other partners said, is that the plant is growing. I mean, it needs maintenance or whatever, but at the same time, because of the population is growing, but the same way you get more money because there will be more people pitching into the system. So I don't see why it's going to come with this outrageous, jack of the price and the sewer price. So I ask you to review this because this is a burden not only for the owners but also for the tenants, and just find another way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saldana. Next speaker, please.
Tammy McClellan, followed by Catalina Maldonado.
We have a total of 2 minutes and 58 seconds left for the remaining speakers. So if you can keep your comments brief, that would be great. Thank you.
My name is Tammy McClellan, and I come up with some figures here. And this is just on the single-family residence. I couldn't get any information about the rest of it. So this is only the dollar amounts for the single-family residents. And it says there's approximately 90,000 of those here in the city of Bakersfield. So just on that, currently, you guys on the 247.13 a year you're making $22,241,700. That's just on the single families. By 3031, it's going to be $78,750,000. And after that, it's going to continue to be that amount. We cannot afford to pay this huge increase. We can't. Seniors are having problems, and a lot of people are losing their jobs. They're struggling to keep their homes. Everything is going up. The PG&E is horrible. The water rates have gone astronomical since they put meters in. Everything is just crazy. And to raise it that much, I mean, that is just for single, that doesn't count the multi-buildings, the multi-dwelling buildings, that doesn't count the commercial buildings. How much more out of the $78,750,000 a year will it be adding on those others? There has to be a better way not to be so astronomically high. Hit us with that when everything else is happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Catalina Maldonado.
Ms. Maldonado, we have 1 minute and 15 seconds left for this portion, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Catalina Maldonado, and as I stated the last time the sewer rate increase was discussed, I was concerned that many in the Spanish-speaking community and other communities were not aware of this proposed rate increase. And although I appreciate that there are interpreters now present, interpretation is not the same as proper notification. There are many single-income households, as people already mentioned, elderly residents on fixed incomes and families already struggling with the rising cost of living. This is not a financial burden that our community can absorb. I ask the council to please reconsider its spending priorities before placing additional costs on residents, and please define capital infrastructure. I guess the bonds are meant for that. It is the constituents who ultimately pay the consequences of those decisions. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Wendy Harrison.
Ms. Harrison, we have 20 seconds left, so go ahead.
Very good. My name is Wendy Harrison, born and raised in Bakersfield. I reside in Oildale, California. I protest the increase in sewage, and I would like someone to define capital infrastructure, and I agree with this person here that this is what bonds are meant for.
Thank you. And our final speaker has 2 seconds left. Would you call that person, please?
Kenya Muzon.
Hi, my name is Kenya Muzon. 2 seconds, what can I say? This is just really a massive ripoff to the people of the Kern County, and it's really pathetic and it's really sad because not only do you raise our rates on the water, you raise our rates on, you reevaluate the property value of our homes, which I think it's unfair. You raise all these rates for us, and I'm not getting any brand new sewers in my neighborhood. And why should we have to pay for the brand new sewers of all these new builds in all these neighborhoods? I think it should be passed on to them and not to the pre-existing people that lived here in Kern County. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Madam Clerk, have you received any speaker requests for anyone who wishes to speak in support?
Mayor Go, I have not received any speaker cards for those in support.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and return it to council for comment and action. There's been a request for a brief recess, very, very brief. So Yes, 5 minutes. All right. We're reconvening now. And so now, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone who was here in attendance to share with us and make sure that we hear you. And we do, we hear you. And tonight, I think that the right thing to do, just based on this entire process, families are hurting at home. That's the truth. That's the honest truth. Every single family across Bakersfield and Kern County. And as a city, we are the stewards of taking care of our community. And so tonight I propose a motion to deny the sewer rate increase.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple questions for staff. First and foremost, I want to thank everybody for spending the evening with us and talking about these rates. I appreciate you so much, and it indicates the real sense of concern that I think many of us feel about rising prices. And I think one of the A few of the community members articulated pretty well that there have been a number of increases over the last few months, whether it be gasoline to food prices to utilities, and it's growing more and more unaffordable. There was a couple questions that I thought were interesting I wanted staff to respond to. Number one, this question about population growth. So we know that the needs of our city sewer system will grow because population will grow and additional units will be built. So why then will we have to increase the rates for current residents if we know that there will be more ratepayers in the future?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. In our cost of service analysis, which was the large study that determined what are the rates needed to continue to maintain our system, it does assume that we will continue to receive the fees for new growth connecting into our system. But even with those new fees of new growth connecting into our system, because we've been not charging enough for so long and we're currently not charging enough, it remains insufficient even with those additional revenues of new customers. It is insufficient to maintain our system. So we do assume both the connection fees and the new users paying into the system in our formula over the next 10 years, and it's still insufficient if we only have new users and connections.
Great. And then there was another comment or two that asked us to define infrastructure and some of the capital improvements that will be made. And I think one of the last speakers indicated or suggested that, that these improvements are really for future customers or customers outside of a particular neighborhood. And someone who represents the most historic parts of the city, I want to make sure that my constituents are not subsidizing the public benefit for someone else.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Mayor and Council. I would define infrastructure in 3 different buckets. One is more the annual maintenance or every few years maintenance. We have 1,100 miles of sewer pipes throughout the city. We have 56 different lift stations that help move the sewage to the 2 treatment plants. And every year we have to replace some of those lift stations and some of those miles of pipe. That is one type of capital infrastructure. The second type is where we're able to expand and grow our capacity. And then the third type is just replacing our systems. And so, for example, Plant 2 in particular, as I noted, is very beyond its useful life. And so the 218 rates are actually designed by state law that you can't charge one ratepayer more than another ratepayer, that all ratepayers need to basically pay their fair share for the system. And in order for us to continue to maintain all of our sewage for the existing customers, we have to replace Plant 2. It's just too old, and so we have to replace Plant 2. And so our rates are based on the knowledge that we do have to replace some existing infrastructure, and then the growth of the new capacity is paid for principally by those connection fees. And so we are treating all of our customers equitably based on what benefit they receive from the system.
If we adopt the Vice Mayor's motion tonight and we reject the sewer rate increases, what then happens?
We have about $31 million of what I would call more of that maintenance type cost for capital infrastructure next year. That means we have pipes that are starting to fail. We have lift stations that are starting to fail that we cannot pay for those next year. Also, well, I guess let me back up. If we deny it tonight, if we were to bring forward some other type of rate proposal, we would have to go through the entire 218 process. We would have to go back and renotice and do something else. If we simply don't raise rates, we won't do the maintenance, the basic maintenance of our system. We also will we have about $50 million in fund balance. That means reserves we've set aside to help us, it may be a rainy day or it may be to help us finance these capital projects. By next year, we will spend down probably $27 million of that $50 million just to maintain the system. And we could potentially contemplate other cuts to services that might mean maybe safety risks or there may be overflows to sewage that we can't address because we don't have enough staff. That we could potentially try and cut some of our operating and maintenance costs. But essentially, we start deficit spending by tens of millions of dollars in our sewer system because our current rates can't even cover our annual operations and maintenance.
And finally, there were questions regarding how can we, as taxpayers and the public, know that City Hall is using our dollars wisely and being good stewards of taxpayer funds?
A couple of thoughts on that topic. One is that we are required under our government accounting standards as well as state law to give reports every year on how our funds are spent. And again, under 218, we're required to only spend revenues that we get for sewer on sewer only. We can't take monies for sewers and spend it on other topics. And so the fact that we complete financial reports that show that all that money has been spent only on sewers, that we have capital improvement programs that we can demonstrate what are the projects that we have completed with those dollars. And just given the opportunity, I would reflect that it's not about not being prudent with the money that we're getting. It's simply a fact that we have not been getting enough money. And all the funds that have come into sewer system have been spent on sewer. It's just been insufficient to meet our ongoing maintenance and replacement needs.
Yeah.
Councilmember Gonzalez, just 1 minute. Councilmember Kaur, Vice Mayor, has to leave right now. She announced earlier that she's opposed, but she has to leave right now.
I want to just voice my strong opposition to this rate increase, and my motion stands. And so I look forward to seeing how my colleagues vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm so sorry. Give me just one moment. I appreciate this slide that demonstrated the various policy levers that the council has before us. Timing, obviously we don't control all the timing. Eventually we have to make some improvements, and we need to defer to our experts. The phasing and how we feel we might phase these various different capital projects and expenses, and then also our financing and bonding. I find it very interesting, and I want to thank Ms. Collins for being here again tonight, and for your feedback, and for the county's participation and some of their suggestions. I wonder how we might consider one of the scenarios, removing the improvements to any stormwater infrastructure, and only for this particular rate increase, only consider those sewer capital expenditures that we know are dire, and also moving up our bonding schedule so that we can pursue those revenue bonds to address capital improvements.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. For Mayor and Council's benefit, I did have an opportunity earlier this week and earlier today as well to meet with county staff and some county board of supervisors to review the slide deck that you were presented by Ms. Collins tonight. So I have had just about a day to look at that, but have some familiarity with it, and was able to ask questions of an administrator in the county administrator's office, questions about this analysis. And so there are 3 different scenarios presented in that packet. Scenario 1 suggests bonding to lower the rates, and the 20% that was referenced is reflective of that recommendation and these 3 scenarios. To answer your first question about taking out stormwater, what I would suggest about that is that we don't really have another funding source to address this stormwater cost. There's about there was an assumption in the analysis of the county that there's about $18 million of CIP projects and about $30 million of storm drain personnel and operating costs over the life of a 10-year assumption of our rate structure. And for what that's worth, that represents about 6% of our total rates over at least the 5-year rate structure. We assume about 6% of that will go towards stormwater. But as I noted earlier, we have a combined system. And so when we are having conveyance of stormwater that's connected with our sewer system, it's been included, as I noted as well, since the early 2000s in our rate structure. And we haven't set aside additional dollars to pay for that. And so if we took it out of this rate structure and we still need to make those improvements, the only place that comes from is the general fund. And as your council knows well, our general fund is experiencing also challenges where our the increases to our just costs of business is going up faster than our increase in revenues. And so we would be making decisions about, do we do less streets and less parks and less public safety versus the stormwater work that we're talking about by saving, maybe some dollars for ratepayers. We would also be reducing, the ability to deliver core services to the community because it would come, out of the general fund. And then to speak to scenario one, if you have, again, this slide deck in front of you, we could move up the bonding, and as noted to council, in one of the scenarios that you saw in October, that was a $400 million bonding amount. There was one that was more like $200 million and one that was $150 million. This scenario suggests $700 million in bonding over a 10-year period in 3 different tranches. That first bonding would occur in 2027. Respectfully, I would reflect that the only way to keep the rates lower than the 475 is by bonding to pay for some of our operating and maintenance costs, and that's what's proposed. By bonding $120 million in next fiscal year, it would create an infusion of cash that would allow us to pay some of our operations and maintenance, but it's a little bit like spending on a credit card without the money in the bank to pay it off until future years when rates start to increase.
Which is what many of our families are currently doing. Many of our families are in crisis mode financially, and so they are trying to do whatever they can to just keep afloat in their households.
Agreed, and I think it's a challenging scenario across the board. I'm just reflecting that's the policy lever and choice that council, would pull, is that if you wanted to bond more dollars, you're looking at more debt service over time. We haven't had an opportunity to fully analyze, but do we actually have enough revenues to actually pay the debt service on that bond that would happen in year 2? The analysis of the county suggests that there is enough debt service coverage ratio to pay for that initial bond. But that's the only way to really lower rates and phase it in over a longer time period, is bond more sooner and have a much bigger debt burden.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you mentioned the reissuance of a Prop 218 notice if we were to consider a different scenario. So, for example, if we wanted to adopt scenario 1 under the county's proposal, which would increase the rate by 36% to $336 a year, my understanding was, since it was less than the proposed rate increase, that we could proceed with that.
Yeah, and I'll invite the city attorney to clarify anything I get wrong here. But when you asked your question about what if we accepted Councilmember or Vice Mayor Corr's motion was to just deny it, then if it's denied, then we don't move forward with any rate increase. But if council chooses to do lower than what was proposed under the 218, you do have that ability.
Okay. Then with that, I'm going to make a motion that city staff do further analysis of the county's proposal of scenario 1 as documented by Ms. Collins' letter dated May 13th, 2026, and give ample notice to the media and our community partners on this particular scenario, and that staff will bring back this scenario for consideration at a council meeting where the full council is present, so that the full council can make this decision collectively. That's my motion.
Ms. Gennaro?
Mayor, Councilmember Gonzalez, just out of an abundance of caution, I would really like you to continue it to a date specific.
Okay. Mr. Kleck, how long will it take for staff, in your estimate, to do that analysis and to bring it back to the council? And I'm looking at my calendar right now.
Councilmember, we're able to do that analysis. This is a high priority item and it's a topic that we've spent a lot of time on. We can complete that analysis by, either your next or the subsequent council meeting.
Okay. And I am unaware of who's available or who will be in attendance of council meetings as we move forward. Ms. Gennaro?
Mayor, Councilmember Gonzalez, I too am unaware as to the schedule of all of the council members, but again, I do agree with City Manager Clegg. I think if his staff gives it the priority, since this is an important item, I think if you were to bring it back on May 27th, you can always continue it again, but at least you'll get some initial feedback from staff as to how that review of that scenario is going. So I would encourage you to have your motion to continue the matter, not the public hearing. The public hearing is closed. It would simply be to review scenario 1 for council questions and action on May 27th.
Okay, that will be my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Weir.
Thank you, Mayor. To me, this is we're kind of running behind. We're not gaining anything. And here, once again, we're out asking people for more money. At what point do we need to stop asking that? At what point do we need to say, why are we in this position? Why in the last 5 years haven't we known that this is an imminent threat to us? And why haven't we known that? Because this is not the way that we should be running this organization. We need to know these things far in advance. We just can't keep, okay, well, we'll go to the next one, we'll go to the next one until a $150 billion bond isn't even going to get us out. So what's the answer to that? Because to me, it is ludicrous that we keep coming out and telling everybody that we don't have any money when these people out in the hall, out here tonight, they don't have any money either. And this cannot go on like that. We cannot be surprised that things are happening out in the fields or out wherever we're working at. We need to know that we're producing something and we are moving forward. We're not just chasing our behinds all the time, trying to find money and asking for people to give us more money.
Thank you, Councilmember Weir, Mayor, and Council. Two trains of thought on that question. First, this is not a surprise. We have known now for about 3 years that this is an issue, but you also don't bring forward a recommendation to address 20 years of deferred maintenance lightly, and so we wanted to do deep analysis. So we started analysis in 2023.
Okay, I don't want to stop there, but why weren't we notified when this was happening that we were going to have problems, that we don't have the money. And I mean, it's just like in the last, 5, 7, 8 years that all of a sudden now it comes up. Yeah, we don't have any money, and so we need to ask people to give us more money.
Again, council member, I can't speak for what happened before, 6 years ago from now. But as in my role, I've stepped in to do some deep analysis of the fiscal health of the organization, of the efficiencies of the organization, of the modernization of the organization. And so many things have come to light that we have not been able to invest in historically because the city has had very lean revenues. I would also reflect just respectfully too that pre-pandemic and post-pandemic are two very different worlds, and that was the second train of thought that I was just going to share, is that I don't think any economist in 2019 or 2018 would have anticipated 5 or 6 years of double-digit inflation consistently over time. And so as the state and sometimes federal regulations have continued to be piled on, and as inflation continues to rise, and it doesn't give me any pleasure to think about our community members feeling more and more of that pinch. The reality is if costs of insurance and costs of services and costs of wages is up for private sector and it's up for our residents, it's up for us to provide the exact same services. We have to pay more, and it's unfortunate. And it's challenging and it's difficult, but it's the reality of the post-pandemic world is that everything is costing more, including municipal services. We work very hard to find ways to be efficient, to be creative, to find savings. But if your cell phone provider and your groceries are going up and your municipal services go down, that doesn't add up. Everything is going up, unfortunately. And so we're in a challenging situation, but it's not that we're being malfeasant. It's that we're pointing out the true cost.
I never said malfeasance. I'm saying, why didn't we know, and why didn't we know immediately that we weren't going to meet our obligations, that we're going to need more funding? So it just boggles my mind, because we cannot keep going out to the public and say we need more money, more money, more money, and then tell us, oh, wait a minute, we forgot about this back here, so now we need more money. At some point in time, it's got to stop. We need to know as soon, if something's going wrong, we need to know. We can't wait 3 years or 5 years from now. We need to know right away. And you need to know right away, and you need to tell us right away that this is happening, and then we can work on it. But this is terrible. I've been here for a long time, and all the time we're going back and we're telling people we need more money, more money, more money, but nothing seems to get fixed. It doesn't seem like we're making any progress.
Again, council member, I would just remind respectfully that we raised this flag 2 years ago for council, and a year ago we said let's take a pause and make sure we really go and do our analysis. And I would argue in this space we haven't made the progress because we haven't raised the revenue to go and fix the problems. But in many other spaces of city operations, we have recognized the problem. We've put a fix in place. We're making the progress. This is a tough one. But it is not a surprise.
Well, I hope we have better communication to these type of problems, because this is what happens when we don't.
Thank you.
And I make a motion that we deny the 218 that's before us tonight.
Councilmember Ward, there's already a motion to deny that was made by Vice Mayor before she left. So we already have that.
Oh, wait, but then he's made a motion. Go ahead, Jane.
Correct. The motion, any motion to continue, as the council knows, is a subsidiary motion, but it takes priority. So the motion to continue, again, assuming that either Councilmember Coleman and Councilmember Arias don't make a motion, The motion to continue will be voted on first. If that fails, we will then take Vice Mayor Corr's motion to deny the sewer rate increase.
Councilmember Coleman.
I just wanted to be sure that I think the city attorney clarified the point, so I'll withdraw my request to speak at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias.
Thanks, Mayor. I think Councilmember Gonzalez took most of my questions tonight, but glad he asked them because I think they were incredibly important to get answers to. I suppose I have a broader question. This is not the only time that this council or even previous councils during your tenure, Mr. Clegg, where we have had to make some really, really tough financial decisions on behalf of taxpayers in the city of Bakersfield. And I would argue that many of those problems have been inherited by folks in the city manager's office and have forced you and your team to get creative on how to address those budget shortfalls in many cases, but in addition to that, years, if not decades, of deferred maintenance. The reality is that, had in many cases had Measure N not passed in 2018, we would be in a much far worse fiscal situation. And so I would like to give you the opportunity to speak potentially more broadly about what it has been in terms of your experience inheriting many of those challenges, and really put this into maybe some broader context for the public to better understand and comprehend.
Thank you, Council Member. And that is broad, and I'll do my best to not go too long on an answer, but lots of thoughts on that topic. And I will start by giving a preface that this is it's not a particular criticism of inheriting challenges of specific council members, specific administrators, because the city for a very long time had very limited revenues. If you think about other cities throughout the state, small and large, but particularly other large cities, most cities have a much more robust fee structure. They charge fees for services. They have a much broader special assessment structure. They also have a higher sales tax rate. We went from 7.25 sales tax. We were the last large city in the state to be at 7.25 in sales tax. To be at 8.25, we're still amongst the lowest of sales tax generation of all big cities. And I'm not suggesting that taxes and sales taxes are the only answer, but the way that many other cities have addressed the ongoing increase in costs of doing business has been these other fees, these other special assessments, these other sales taxes. And the city of Bakersfield historically was very fiscally conservative and chose to hold the line and not increase those taxes. And so respectfully for many of our residents here tonight, the tax burden in Bakersfield is much smaller than most other cities that are comparable to us. That doesn't make it any easier to pay bills when things are tight, but that is the reality of our tax base. Also, Bakersfield historically has had two significant industries that were the driving forces of our economy. And in good years, that meant that there was significant revenues from those two large industries. But unfortunately, those two industries have also been under attack of state policy and sometimes federal policy. And there have been also just changes in macroeconomics that those industries aren't bringing in the same tax revenues, both to the city and the county, and even to our school districts as they did maybe 20 years ago, not maybe, especially 20 years ago and maybe even 10 years ago. But unfortunately, over really a 20-year period, this city did not have enough revenues to keep up with deferred maintenance. And I applaud many employees who worked very hard to find creative ways to keep our roads repaired and our buildings kind of patched together without a lot of revenues to work with. For some perspective, for those who don't know, I came from the city of Stockton, California, who at one point was the largest municipal bankruptcy. I went to work in Stockton to be part of a team to turn things around, to restructure finances, to put money in the bank, to reinvent our policies and practices and help that city get back on its feet. And I know what a very lean budget looks like. And when I came to Bakersfield and really peeled back the onions of our budget here, the budget is as lean or leaner than Stockton, even post-bankruptcy. And that's not a criticism. It's just a reality of how much resources has been available to serve this community. And again, kudos to many great men and women who have served this community so faithfully with so few resources. And I think it's great to continue to be a lean, mean machine, because that's what Bakersfield has built. But we also have to think about sometimes you invest a little bit to see the return on investment. And I would argue, like in our parks, we've been able to do more than 30 park projects because of the Public Safety Vital Services tax in the last 5 years. And we've done, maybe 5 to 10 projects in the prior 6 years. And so to go and be able to do that many projects has been a great benefit to our community, and many people are now going back out to our parks and enjoying those parks because we were able to make those improvements, but it just wasn't possible without that newer revenue source. Last thought is, unfortunately, the reality of the general fund budget, which is the core base budget, which is not our sewer budget or our garbage budget or our water budget, because those are separate budgets that are kept apart. The general fund didn't have enough money prior to Measure N to keep up with costs. And just because you have the new tax revenue that we're trying to spend on new programs and capital projects doesn't fix the problem that the general fund revenues were already insufficient to cover the costs of general fund services, which are principally police, fire, public works, and parks. And so in this post-pandemic world where we continue to see inflation go up, even higher than prior, it continues to put a ton of pressure on that original general fund that didn't really have enough money in the first place. It still continues to be very stressed. And so, we're an organization that has been playing a lot of catch-up. We think that there are still significant efficiencies that are going to save our taxpayer dollars over time through modernization of technologies, and there's ways to do more with less. But it takes a little bit of that upfront investment that just hasn't been possible for a really long time.
And so you speak of this upfront investment that your team is asking of both the council and of the community. What sort of reassurance do we have to provide residents that this is going to be that one time where we ask folks to pony up in a huge way to save our failing infrastructure? And so what types of reassurance can we provide them, or assurances can we provide them to ensure that this is not going to happen again?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. A couple of broad thoughts, and then I'll give a couple of specific examples. So we have increased the amount of reporting that we provide to the community. We have more online reports. We have more social media links to our online reports. And we've been providing reports, for example, for the Public Safety Vital Services tax of how we are spending those dollars and what are the outcomes that we're getting for those dollars. This city has always, well, I shouldn't say always, for a number of years, Bakersfield had a set of goals, overarching goals that the City Council had adopted. But we've now created what we call a performance management system, where we have key performance indicators where we measure our progress. We report our progress out every 6 months to the council and to the community about, are we meeting those metrics that we set and our targets that we set for those metrics. And so the fact that we now have these reports where we can provide the data that shows, are we achieving outcomes that we're moving towards, we're doing more of that than we've ever done before, and we plan to continue to even do more of that still. And then I would also just reflect that, if you look at certain challenges, and I guess I'm going to pick some, maybe they're unfair because they're such good examples, but when we looked at gun violence as a problem in our community, when I came to Bakersfield, we knew that there's too much gun violence, too many gun assaults in our community. We said, what's a industry best practice that has proven to reduce those types of incidents with a modest level of investment? What's the way to spend the least amount of money to have the biggest impact on gun violence? And so by pursuing modernization of these best practices, we were able to see a 70% reduction in shootings and homicides over a 3-year period because we followed those evidence-informed and evidence-based practices, and we're happy to report those out. We've demonstrated the ability, when we set a strategy, do really good analysis, go achieve results, come back and report those results. I think for our community, also to recognize and realize that, even with these resources, another example is that the city of Bakersfield had probably $5 to $10 million in reserves available if there was some kind of cataclysmic event or rainy day. And this city council said, we're going to set a policy, we're going to put money in the bank, we're going to set up our reserves, and we have accomplished that goal. We've set aside $56 million in reserves so that this city is prepared if there's some big challenge, but also council adopted it by policy, and we've followed that policy. And so I think demonstrating to the public that we can set policies and strategies on sewer, and just like we have in other areas, go and accomplish those goals and tasks and report those out and stay to those policies. We've started showing that track record that we can do it, and we'll continue to do it on this one as well.
Thank you. I have additional questions, but I'll conclude my comments by saying that I think it's clear that the need to make upgrades to the system and to both wastewater treatment plants is clear. I just think this timing could not be worse, given the economy, the challenges with costs going up across the board. And I think the least that we could do is ensure that we have full representation of this council at a future meeting to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it is important to remember that the sewer rates are in their own enterprise, so there isn't money going back and forth between the general fund and the enterprise. And so anything that we collect for sewer fees stays in that department for that department's activities. Councilman Arias said it was not a good time. I don't think there was ever a good time. And I think that's been the problem over time, is that previous councils have not made those hard decisions. And, leaders make difficult decisions. And this job is about making hard decisions for the good of the community. I'm very nervous about, I said it before, I said it at the first 218 meeting, that I was nervous about a proposed $500 million bond that we rejected and chose this particular option that we have before you. And now you're talking about a $750 million bond, $750 million that's going to be paid for by future people and future rate increases. So I'm very nervous about that. I do support evaluating this and what the county has submitted, but I think it can't be as myopic as only looking at what the county has proposed. I'm very disturbed that the county has come to us at the 11th hour with a proposal. We've been talking about this. Supervisor Couch has come to us in 2025, and we made a presentation to him then about what was going on. Supervisor Peters has been here before commenting, and to come here at the 11th hour with this proposal concerns me a lot, that they've chose to insert themselves in this process. Not only that, they sent an attorney here, so that in itself bothers me a lot. So I would like to ask the Councilmember Gonzalez to modify his motion just a little bit to allow a little bit more room for the city manager to evaluate other options in general. He can focus on that one if you like, but other options to bring to the council, and maybe suggest that it be put off until the first meeting in June rather than trying to do it here at the end of May. And that would be my request to the to Councilmember Gonzalez, and I think that concludes my comments.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my first thought is that my motion, I do not believe, as it's stated, does not preclude staff from presenting all aforementioned proposals and also other scenarios. Ms. Gennaro?
Councilmember Gonzalez, your motion is to continue the matter to May 27th for further staff review, council discussion, and action. It's that broad.
Okay,
is it?
Great.
That's not what he said in his statement. He said specifically the county's proposal number one. And so as long as we're looking at everything, I'm good with it. But if we're only looking at county's proposal one, I'm nervous about that.
I appreciate the distinction. I feel like I've got enough direction to bring our best analysis of the principles provided by the county to share that analysis back to the council.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that we would proceed with the county's proposal or that I would even support that particular proposal, but that I felt that we owed the public, we owed our county partners an opportunity for us to analyze that and bring it back to staff. But I apologize. I think my motion as it stands is broad to include those concerns that you've raised. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you.
What about moving the meeting to the first meeting in June to allow enough time for everything to be considered?
Madam City Attorney?
Again, Councilmember Coleman, that of course is up to Councilman Gonzalez as to whether or not he wants to change his motion, but I don't think either the city manager or I are aware of the council's schedules in the next couple of weeks. And so my thought process, candidly, is you have a lot coming up on your agenda in May and June with the budget. And so if you put this on for May 27th and either the staff is not ready to make the presentation or a council member is absent, you can always continue it again.
Are you finished, Councilmember? Thank you. Thank you. So before we consider the motions, I'm going to ask the city clerk, did we receive enough of protest ballots to reject 218? Can you clarify that for us, please?
Mayor Go, we have not received 50% plus one protest ballots.
Thank you. And so we have two motions before us. One is to deny, and one is Councilmember Gonzalez's motion to continue the matter to May 27th for further staff review and council discussion and action. With the priority motion, we take the continuance first, and so we'll be voting on that now. You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with Councilmembers Kaur, Smith, and Bashirtosh absent, and Councilmember Weir Voting no.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please. Actually, before we announce that there might be people who wish to leave at this time, we still have another hearing item to consider, and we have a presentation still. So if you wish to leave at this time, we just ask you to leave quickly, and then staff, if you can close the door so we can continue. Council members, does anybody need a break before we go on? Yeah. We'll take a quick break before we move on to the next. Reconvening the meeting at 7:25. At this point, we need to continue our meeting. We have another three items to still continue. So thank you for your participation tonight. And now, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Hearings, item 8A, resolution authorizing the City of Bakersfield amendment to permanent local housing allocation 5-year plan.
Thank you. Mr. Clegg.
I'll turn this item over to Ms. Byers.
Thank you.
Mr. Clegg, Mayor, and Council members. In 2017, SB 2 was enacted as the Building, Homes, and Jobs Act. That established a $75 recording fee on all real estate documents. This created an ongoing source of an entitlement funding to address the shortage of affordable housing. It's called the Permanent Local Housing Allocation. Because the housing element was temporarily out of compliance, the city was unable to utilize our 2021 funding. But now that it is certified, we are eligible to receive 2022 and 2023 funding of approximately $2.6 million for housing only. The resolution tonight will amend the 5-year plan so that 55% would be directed toward construction loans for the development of new multifamily rental housing, 40% would go towards supporting home ownership, and 5% for administration. The PLHA funds would be distributed through the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund Notice of Funding Availability. Staff at this time is recommending council open the public hearing for comment and then adopt the resolution. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byers. Mr. Clegg, anything further?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So at this time, public hearing item 8A is open. Is there anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to staff's recommendation? Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of staff's recommendation? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and return it to council for comment and action. Colleagues, does anybody wish to comment? Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation.
Does anybody else wish to comment at this time? You have a motion. Please cast your votes.
Motion is approved with council members Kaur, Smith, and Bashir Tash absent, and Councilmember Weir voting no.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Council and mayor statements. Sorry. Presentations, item 4A, proclamation to Paul Archer, Assistant Director of Public Works at the City of Bakersfield, declaring May 17th, 2026 as National Public Works Week in Bakersfield.
Thank you. Imagine a city without maintained roads to drive on, no stoplights, no sewer, no running water. That would be our plight without infrastructure that the Public Works Department provides. We are so grateful for the men and women who support our Public Works Department, and it is my honor to make the following proclamation. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Bakersfield. And whereas the infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals such as Paul Archer, who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, and whereas it is in the public interest of the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of Bakersfield to gain knowledge and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and its programs in their respective neighborhoods, whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week. Now, therefore, I, Karen Go, Mayor of the City City of Bakersfield do hereby proclaim May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week in our city and urge all citizens and civic organizations to recognize the contributions public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. It's my honor to be able to present this to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. On behalf of the Public Works Department, I truly appreciate this recognition and proclamation for National Public Works Week. I'd like to express my appreciation for our employees of Public Works who work hard day in and day out, day and night, maintaining streets and traffic systems, sewer, supporting our solid waste operations and wastewater treatment operations, maintaining facilities like this and our vehicles, responding to emergencies and storms, whether it's laying asphalt in 100-degree heat or fixing a sewer lift station at 1 o'clock in the morning. They do what they do so that you don't have to think about it and you can just go about your day. And I truly appreciate them and what they do day in and day out. So thank you again for this proclamation.
Let's give it up for Public Works. Madam City Clerk, next item, please.
Council and Mayor statements.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo the sentiments that you demonstrated just a moment ago and acknowledge our Public Works Department on their wonderful job day in and day out. I've witnessed firsthand crews going out when there's huge storms, and we've had localized flooding in downtown Bakersfield, and they're out there on Sunday evenings or early mornings in the middle of the night, making sure that they're taking care of those problem areas for our constituents and community. They've been out in my ward on holidays, particularly on Thanksgiving, when our sewer lines are clogged, and they're flushing those lines to make sure that people's sewage doesn't back up. Hot days, paving roads, it's just been amazing. And so, the mail carriers have that saying, sleet, snow, they're always going, and that's true for Public Works as well. I have one referral tonight on April 11th. Our community and on the east side of the city, the community residents in Southeast Bakersfield experienced the effects of a large metal warehouse fire at the old Calcott facility. This caused smoke, some of it that perhaps was toxic in nature. These warehouses are full of highly combustible wrap, and there have been too many fires in these particular structures on this property. I'd like to make a referral tonight that the Public Works, that our building department, our city manager, and our city attorney work together to provide the council with a strategy to address this issue with the property owners so that we can get a handle on this before another fire takes place. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Coleman.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make a comment on the Public Works, I wanted to piggyback on Councilmember Gonzalez's question about the Calcott buildings, and also please look into how we get those sites cleaned up. The debris there, we're getting complaints from neighboring businesses about that debris not being cleaned up, and the remaining buildings that are damaged not, not torn down. So if you could maybe, I don't know how that works exactly from a legal standpoint, but if you could add that, or if that's my referral or I didn't on his referral, I don't know how you do that, but if you could include that as well. I wanted to talk about the issue of Public Works. You know, we do a good job of promoting need for police officers and firemen and that kind of thing, but, you know, there's plenty of career level jobs within the Public Works. You know, we need engineers, we need, you know, heavy equipment operators, we need experienced tradespeople, electricians, plumbers, those kind of things, and so we need to do a better job of communicating to the community that, you know, we have opportunity. I know we're in a hiring freeze, but we always need those people in Public Works, no matter whether we can afford the managers for them or not. We certainly need the workers themselves. So, yeah, thank you for everything you do, and let's try to promote the kinds of jobs the city does have. So, thank you. I have no further comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Coleman. Anyone else? Well, thank you, Mr. Archer and our Public Works team. Last week, we also got to celebrate all of our employees during Public Service Recognition Week. Thank you for bringing out the Dole machine, Councilmember Coleman. But to all of our employees, thank you so much for your public service. And tonight we stand adjourned at 7:36.